Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. While wishing all of you a very happy new year again, and warmly welcome all of you to the Institution of Engineering Sri Lanka. And this is the second public presentation organized by the Civil Engineering Sectional Committee of the institution. And on behalf of the chairman, Engineer Professor Ranjit Disanayake, and our committee, we warmly again welcome all of you here. Ladies and gentlemen, we generally start with the national anthem. We have to respect our motherland, and national anthem is also a refreshment to our mind after office works here, all are here. So we'll sing the national anthem a bit loudly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I welcome all of you formally. First of all, I would like to warmly welcome here to the main speaker today, Mr. Shanaka Silva, our presenter today. You are warmly welcome to the institution, and fellow members here, our corporate members and the members of the institution, and all the guests here. You all are warmly welcome to this public presentation. And without taking much time, I would like to just move to our main business today. Today, our presentation is on tools and techniques available for better project management. Just a brief of the presenter, Mr. Shanaka Silva. He is an experienced professional with a strong background in projects, project management, and well-developed business and management skills. Over 21 years of experience in IT industry, with over 12 years in senior management position with exposure to both managerial and technical aspects, underpinned by more than 9 years of wide-ranging consulting experiences at the top-tier global organizations. Shanaka has led many technological transformation projects, which includes many mission-critical private and public sector ICT transformation projects in Sri Lanka as well as in other countries. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the National University of Ireland, the Master of Business Administration from the Cardiff Metropolitan University, Master of Science from the University of Maratua, Project Management Professionals and the Agile Certified Practitioner qualifications from the PMI, USA and Certified Scrum Master from Scrum Alliance USA. Shanaka is a board director, president of the Project Management Institution Colombo, Sri Lanka chapter, and has taught over 2,000 project managers on global project management certifications standards. He also is senior director of Ernst & Young. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Shanaka Silla for the presentation of the tools and techniques available for better management of projects.
Good evening, all of you. So I'm not actually new at IESL. I'm doing a lot of sessions at IESL. I'm sure some of you know. For the last, I think about 6 years, we have been doing lots of sessions at IESL. Maybe I'll brief you about that a little later on today. So our topic is very straightforward. We wanted to, when I had discussions over and over, from this forum and the members who organized, we were looking at multiple things. Finally, we looked at to give you a briefing over a very limited 2 to 2.5 hours time, which is quite limited when it comes to project management. But we are trying to give you as much as possible tools and techniques used by the industry, irrespective of whether you are doing a construction project to IT project to event management project to whatnot. It's the same set of tools that we apply across the industries, and to give you a briefing how we do that and what are the benefits of adhering to such practices. So I'll be very quick. I want to get to the topic very fast, but I'm going to give you a background to the whole thing, taking about 5 minutes of your time, introducing Project Management Institute, etc. And I also want to give you a kind of a bad picture about the statistics about projects world over, in terms of how many projects world over fail and why this large magnitude of projects fail, and also to give you a briefing of how the world look at whether it's a failure or a success. Project failure and success is measured around the world in a different manner, and we want to talk about it. And also we wanted to look at third point, what are the mechanisms or so-called tools available today in the market to overcome these challenges and how to apply them. And finally, actually the fourth one also is part of the third one, project performance management. In your terms, it's called status review. In PMI terms, we call it performance management of a project. One of the greatest things on project managers' dashboard is to measure the progress and performance and see whether we are doing it correctly or what corrective actions we need to take in order to put your project back to track. So I'll brief you. It's quite a big session in the project management jargon today. We can talk about at least 2 whole days about this. So you can see I'm talking only a bit of it. But in real terms, we actually can talk 2 full days about project performance management only, which is vital to be a successful project manager. So just to give you a indication of the background, if you look at our industry, mankind has done fabulous projects, Our industry is supposed to be very old. When we see the world around us, we see, pyramids of Gaza to Great Walls of China. If we go to Anuradhapura and Coronado, we will see projects that are impossible to replicate. If somebody asks you again, can we do another Sigiriya? Of course, it will be impossible to do it. If somebody asks you, can we build another pyramids of Gaza? Well, it is quite impossible. Reason being that we lack knowledge how these people build such world wonders hundreds of thousands of years ago. For some reason, we have lost that knowledge. And these kind of projects cannot be repeated for some reason because of lack of knowledge. In 1917, we saw a paradigm shift in project management when a person by the name of Henry Gantt, some people call it Henry Gantt, introduced a brilliant chart. Anybody knows about this chart? Gantt chart, very good. We call it Gantt chart. Some of us will call it as bar charts. It's the same thing. Today, one of the most used tools in the world is this Gantt chart. Henry Gantt introduced this actually for US Navy to plan and manage, the tours during the World War time. But today we use Gantt chart as one of the greatest tools to be very successful. Some of you will not agree with me in this. How can a Gantt chart takes you all the way through a successful project? At the beginning of a project, most of you, or maybe some of you, at the beginning of a project, if we use a tool like Microsoft Project, we spend time, we build a fantastic chart, Yes or no? Yes. Usually most of us will paste it on the project management office. It's so big, it starts from the left side of the wall all the way to the right side. So impressive, this chart. And it has very nice colors, blue, black, gray, and a red line goes in between. Fantastic. So when somebody comes to the project office, the first thing they do is they go to this chart because it's fantastic. And you are seated at the corner as the project manager. So this person tells you, wow, so many activities and so big. You are a happy project manager, proud project manager, and you are telling, yeah, my project is so big, so complex, because the Gantt chart reflects that. If you have Gantt charts, you will know. And we are nicely pasted in the project office. 3 months later, the same person comes to your project office, looks at the Gantt chart because it is freely available, pasted on the wall. Gantt chart is so readable, if you are building, so readable because it has the entire calendar at the top. Entire calendar at the top, so you can scan it and you will see, today is here. And you come down from today and you will see all the activities that should have been completed by today. Yes or no? So this person looks at and realizes, wow, the second floor of the building would have completed by today. He opened the window to see no second floor. So he asks you, the Gantt chart shows you the second floor should have been completed today, but I don't see a second floor. Is it underground? Now this is the problem. Most of us face today. And then you give up the Gantt chart, crazy Gantt chart. It's not a problem of the Gantt chart. Because Gantt chart cannot understand whether you are building a building or whether you are doing an event or whether you are doing a train station. It cannot understand. It's a tool that we use to better manage projects. And it's a wonderful tool. But in this case, your actuals, which is out of the window, actuals, out of the window. Your actuals and your plan is the Gantt chart, is wrong. Does not reflect. So now as a project manager, you are thinking, how can I remove that Gantt chart from the board? Because the Gantt chart and your actuals is having a deviation, which is common. I'm sure if I ask you to raise your hand, 90% of project managers are facing this, or more. 90% or more project managers are facing this. Your plan and actuals has a greater deviation. The question is why? And because of this, most of us use a Gantt chart only to present it to the sponsor or the management initially, at the first few weeks of the project, and they never open it again. The question is, why did we spend so much of time building this Gantt chart if you are not using it to manage your project? Now I gave you one example, but I can keep on talking about these examples a lot. Again, I am emphasizing, nothing wrong with the Gantt chart. It's one of the greatest tools available today. Nothing wrong with Microsoft Project if you are using Microsoft Project to build it. Nothing wrong with it. Again, it's one of the best tools in the market available. But then what is wrong? What is wrong is the approach that you use to build this Gantt chart. The approach or the methodology that you use to build this Gantt chart is wrong. And that's what I'm going to address today within a very short time. So this is one example, but we have many of these examples lined up today. So that's one of the greatest things happen to us in terms of project management, to enrich our profession as a project manager. We saw lots of lessons that we learned in one of the greatest projects that mankind has executed is called Hoover Dam. Have you heard? In 1931, mankind managed to complete the biggest, tallest and the heaviest dam in the world in 4 years, which consumed 6 million tons of cement. Hoover Dam today ranked as a world wonder. Why? Because in 1931 it was the tallest dam in the world. It was heaviest dam in the world because of the large sum of cement used by the dam. It was the biggest dam in the world because no dam could beat this. It still exists. We learned lots of lessons out of it. One of the biggest lessons in 1931 we learned is how to overcome something called lag in project management. Have you heard lag? We call it lags are useless time. Lags are delays that extends your schedule. If you wait till cement to harden itself, in project management we call it a wasted time. So as project managers, we try our best, wherever possible, to bring these lags to near zero. And that's what Hoover Dam project managers did in 1931. They managed to bring these lag times in the project schedule to near zero. And that gave them a lot of time. I know it's difficult. Not every lag can be converted to a zero duration, because nature demands a lag. Agree or not? Nature demands a lag. So you need to find mechanisms different mechanisms how to overcome, fight against this nature's demand and to bring this to near zero, and that's one of the things. Successful poor dams story. We learn many lessons, I'll talk about them a little later on today. But that's the history. We were greatest project managers in the history, but apparently we lost most of it in today's context. And that is one of the reasons why PMI was formed in 1969. 1969 to today is 50 years. One of the greatest intentions of this worldwide body called Project Management Institute, incorporated in United States, is to make sure that we will never lose our project management knowledge in the future. Like we lost lots of knowledge during our past, one of the pledges that we made is we will never lose this knowledge in the future. We will make sure we gather this knowledge, pass this knowledge into the next generation of project managers. So this project management as a profession will evolve. Only problem is we are just 50 years old. 50 years old, sadly. So we are still trying to understand what are those best practices. We are just trying and we are improving. But we have done a lot in terms of identifying best practices, to a most used set of tools, to documenting case studies, to why projects were successful, why they failed, etc. And we formed Project Management Institute Sri Lanka chapter about 13 years ago. Mobitel spearheaded that. Then CEO of Mobitel, Lalit De Silva, spoke to, he was the SLT CEO also some time ago. So he managed to bring Project Management Institute to Sri Lanka, and we are about 13 years old as of today. And from for the last 13 years, we have been doing a lot of work in the society to uplift. World over, we have about 2.9 million people, professions under PMI who get benefited. We have about over 500,000 members in about 208 countries who participate for various sessions of PMI. If you want more details, since my time is limited, please visit www.pmi.org for you to get more details about PMI. It's a fantastic organization. If your passion is all about project management, PMI is the world's largest body who basically governs and transfers knowledge in terms of project management. Good. So that's the briefing. I quickly want to move into few challenges we have faced in projects every day. The first question is, what do you think? Are we successful? Any idea? Are we successful in managing projects? Yes or no? Any gut feeling? Or is it not always? Or is it sometimes? Or is it that I don't know? That's bad. You failing, and if you don't know that you are failing, my God, that's the worst thing that could happen. There is an organization who tracks project failures globally. This organization is called Standish Incorporation in the United States. Very important to visit them. Get to know how they track failure. So Standish produce a report every year called Project Chaos Report. Project Chaos Report. They study projects world over and they give a snapshot to the project managers. How are we doing? Statistics are very bad. World over, only about 30% projects are successful. 30% projects world over are successful. That means we are failing about 70% world over. We are failing about 70%. Now our failure is different. A failure, the definition of project failure, how the world looks at is different. The world looks at three parameters to decide whether the project is successful or failure. Three parameters. Anybody know about this? I'm sure you know this. Very good. One is cost. Other one is? Time is the second one. Very good. Third is? And scope. In project management, we call it as the triple constraint. Have you heard? Triple constraint. Scope, time, and cost. If any of these three could not be matched, any one of these three could not be matched, whether you like it or not, your project will be recorded in the books of failure. Sadly. Any one of these three. That means you promised to complete in 12 months and you took 13 months. It will be recorded as a failure. You might say, come on, we are an island nation. 12 months project completing in 13 or 14 months is natural for us. Agree or not? Yes. But Germans don't think like that. Because time is a critical factor in projects. I'll tell you one big example. We say in project management, time is the least flexible constraint in a project. Least flexible, meaning that if you pass a day, no God can give this to you again. You pass it forever. That's why we call it least flexible. And we say projects are all about a window of opportunity. What do you mean by window of opportunity? You do projects to get a benefit out of opportunity, not for fun. You do projects to get the benefit of an opportunity. And more you delay, your opportunity will start diminishing. Reduce opportunity will start diminishing. And if you delay more, customer will say, now you don't need it. Because the window of opportunity has been passed. I'll give you one big large example for this to stand by how important time is. In 2004, Toyota realized these Americans are crazy over eco vehicles. No? And Toyota's biggest market is United States, not Sri Lanka, by the way. Toyota's biggest market share is United States. And these US people are crazy about eco vehicles. And Toyota decided, let's invest billions of dollars in 2004. Billions of dollars to build an alternative fuel vehicle. In 2004, they started this project. Moment Toyota started this project, Honda, a competitor of Toyota, whose biggest market share also is United States, realized, wow, if Toyota does this, we are going to lose out of our biggest market, which is United States. Honda also invested to build an alternative fuel vehicle. That's the name they gave, alternative fuel vehicle. So Toyota realized it's a competition now between Toyota and Honda. Whoever comes first will be the winner in this market. Both of them invested billions of dollars because we never knew a vehicle could be powered by different sources. A proper, reliable source of power was not known at that time. Toyota completed it in 2007. Toyota completed this in 2000. They call this as hybrid. technology. Honda was late. Honda completed in, this happened in, I did a mistake. It started in 1994. Toyota completed in 97, Honda completed in 2002. Right. So 1994 both started. Toyota managed to complete in 1997 their first hybrid, whereas Honda completed only in 2002. Honda was late to the market, and Toyota's technology was much more reliable at that time and superseded Honda's technology. That's a perfect example of window of opportunity. And today, if you go to Toyota, Toyota says 30% of our revenue is generated by this hybrid line of vehicles. 30% of Toyota's revenue is coming because of a successful project they completed in 1997. Agree? That's the beauty of projects. If you complete it successfully, your revenue streams will continue. There are a lot of examples to support this. I won't go into much, but iPhone is another example. You can look at the case study. Apple was never known for iPhone, but today Apple is number one in most of the countries. Again, a successful project. So, time is an important factor in projects because of the window of opportunity. So we look at time, cost, and scope. We got to complete on time, to the specification, which is the scope, and on budget. If you don't do it, unless there's a change order from the customer, if you don't do it, of course your project will be categorized in one of these two boxes. The red box is a total failure. 1/4 of projects, 25%, 1/4 of every project faces this. The project will never see the light at the end of the tunnel, which means your deliverable will never come. You started a project, it was delayed. You go to court case is 10 years, and after 10 years nobody wants it. So those kind of projects are categorized here. Then what is this? Almost 50% of projects here, 50%, almost close to 50, is called challenge. What do you mean by challenge? Customer sacrifices. Because the customer is at the mercy of the project team. When the project team wanted more time, when the project team wanted more money, customer sacrifices and say, here's your money, here's your time. For God's sake, finish the project and never come back. You are at the mercy. Because your head is tight. You never started a project to go to courts. You started a project to build a building, to conduct session and to earn money. But this guy is not finishing it. You are at the mercy. 50% of world over projects, customer sacrifices. Customer sign on for reduce scope, give more time, and even pay more money if it is required. Here. Any customer who is going to course will be categorized here because those projects will never end. So the picture is quite bad world over. But we are improving. Hope someday will be better. Then Standish went on to details to figure out why such a large magnitude of failures. They want to categorize reasons for failures. And they realized the biggest reason for failure is organizations does not have good project management practices. They use general management skills and try to manage projects. That does not work out. Project management is a different practice on its own. And if you don't inculcate that in your organization, projects will anyway fail. So large percentage of that failure is because organizations does not have project management capabilities or project management practices. or monitoring mechanisms in place, or you don't know how to monitor, or your monitoring is always, your monitoring people always use a color code, red, orange or green, which we call traffic light based color code. Today not used because it's useless. I will tell you why it is useless in the next 1 hour, and I'll give you some examples. The second biggest reasons for this failure is you don't define scope properly, you don't define project objectives or scope properly. You believe that supplier will deliver something if you've been paid. No! Project team will not do that. And that eventually contributes for a failure. So world over, we are still struggling to figure out what's the best. World over, we can talk about many failures. This is an example of United States failure. 53% of their projects had a 89% overrun. 82% had a scheduled overrun. So all these are ranked as failures. Europe project failures across the European Union contributed to about 142 billion, not million, 142 billion euros. That's a lot of money. Our neighbor India has a project statistics department, which is called Indian Project Data from Indian Statistics and Program Implementation Ministry. They have a separate ministry focused on projects, and their rating says 40% of their project had a combined delay of 21 years. Good or bad? At least these people track their failures. So hopefully in the next 10 years they will be successful. But most of our organizations never track. We say every project is successful. More we say every project is successful, more comfort behind, and we keep on failing without realizing that we failed. That's the sad part. India today has improved so much if you look at. They are running extremely large projects and they are improved. They have a very strong management mechanism, etc. But world over, failure is not something new. I showed this picture because sometimes we fail a lot and we want to know whether other countries fail. Well, yes, they fail. But the idea is, what PMI says is, project failure cannot be avoided. There is always a chance for a failure. But tracking that and learning a lesson out of that will be helpful for you not to fail in future. That's what is important, and that's what most of these countries are doing. Why we fail? Sorry about it. It's difficult to read. Now I'll just make it a little bit small. Most of the time failure is because of you don't define your goals and objectives properly. You don't put a lot of effort in the planning stage of a project to identify and define this properly. That's the starting point of a failure. And I'm sorry to say, this is my experience, most of the Sri Lankan project managers does not take accountability. That's a big problem. If you know how Dubai operates, if you cannot deliver, you'll be thrown out as a project manager. And you're accountable. When you say accountable, we say your head is on the chopping board. There's nothing called excuses in this. You're paid well, you need to deliver on time. You cannot come with an excuse and say, look here, we wanted 100 doors, the supplier does not have 100 doors. That's not an excuse in Dubai. If the supplier does not have 100 doors, you need to find a supplier somewhere in the world and make sure you deliver. Get delivered that 100 doors. Otherwise, you will be kicked out. from your post as a project manager. Why you have been appointed as a project manager? Because you have to manage the project end to end and deliver on time. So one of the greatest things in Dubai, on time. They build the world's tallest building in 5 years. On time, on the dot. They are building islands on top of the sea, if you know. And they are always on time. So lack of accountability is big problem in most of the projects in this country. Then we always poorly estimate the triple constraint, and that's the start of a failure anyway, which I will talk about a little later also today. If you don't estimate these three accurately, then your start itself is a failure. I'll tell you why maybe in a few minutes from now. Because these three are the three legs in your stool that defines your success or failure. And if you don't define it at the beginning, you are anyway asking for a failure in the long run. One of the biggest questions we have is, how do we estimate time accurately? How do we estimate cost accurately? How do we estimate scope accurately? Of course they are not easy. But if you keep on practicing it, few years from now, you'll be an expert. It needs lots of tools, of course, which we will talk in this course, in this session, but it needs a lot of experience also. So a person that starts with the university might not be able to estimate time appropriately. But person doing projects, similar projects over a period of 5 years, 6 years, of course can estimate. If he has a proper background, if you have done a good job in the last 5 years, he can estimate this. There's no science in building it. We tried long time ago introducing lots of scientific scientific tools to do this. We realized it's a mess. One thing is, it takes a lot of time for the tool to give you an answer to these three, and also we realize it comes with a great error rate. So we said it's useless. So the best thing we still rely on to calculate these three is your knowledge, is your experience of doing similar projects over and over again. We also know, as I told you a few minutes before, where projects are bound to be failed. There's a high risk in every project, and if you don't manage that risk, anyway it's going to be failed. Again, failure is very straightforward. If you don't meet cost, time and scope, it will be recorded as failure. You might build the end result. We'll talk about example. You might build the end result, but still, it will be ranked as a failure. And one of the biggest problems in today's project managers, we don't monitor and control. We build a nice Gantt chart, never open it again. Our status reports goes during the first few weeks. How that? No status report goes. So we don't look at the status. Our seniors will never open the status report. The moment they see an email from you, they click delete. All these are bad practices that ultimately drowns your project and difficult to get it back. So in PMI, one of the greatest things we concentrate is monitoring and controlling. Monitoring and controlling. Or I told you, performance management of a project. Change is risky and costly, we know. Change is something that will always derail the project, but it's called a change order. When it comes change order, additional time, additional money will come in, but still, change is always risky. But change is risky for certain industries. Civil engineering, of course, change is risky. Information technology projects, change is no more risk at all. Research projects, change is not risky at all. So we accept changes in those industries today, but not most of the engineering projects. Scope creep, particularly in this country, scope creep is very high. So if you don't plan, you know what is scope creep? You are giving more than what the customer wants. That's called scope creep. Good or bad? Giving more than what the customer wants. Good or bad? Yeah, no. Very bad. We say that's again a start of your failure. Very bad. So we should give only what customer wanted and all what customer wants. We should avoid scope creep, but the problem is sometimes scope creep is stealthy. You don't see it. Naturally it comes. And you are too late. Stealthy. You don't feel it, you don't see it. And at the end it is frightening because it will derail your project. We have a lot of challenges in this country about the team's capability, knowledge and dedication, and that also will contribute largely to project failures. And of course we know, politics, conflicts, tension always derail projects. Again, if you look at the list can go on. I did not have space, so I thought this is enough, but it could go on and on and on. These are few great challenges that we see in every project. But how do we overcome? That is what is important. Most of these does not have a direct answer. Most of these does not have a one solid answer. Different project managers practice different ways to overcome this. Some of them will be successful. Even if they don't successful, they know next time they will use a different approach and improve their way of managing project. This we call as science of project management. Well, a lot of people say project management is an art. Of course, it has a lot of artistic capabilities, but it has a lot of science also embedded in it if you want to become a successful project manager. I thought I'll explain this to you first. Why the tools are important. We still can be a sniper shooting a faraway target with a simple gun. We might have a 30% success rate, which means you can do a project without any tool, with your brain only, with your general management skills. You can do, I'm sure, most of your doing, and you might have a success rate like 30%. But if you add certain tools to it, like if you add a telescope at the top, your success rate increases to 60%. And that's the use of tool. That's what we want. We want to use tools around this management practice to improve our success rate. And if you get a more sophisticated gun, your success rate might further increase to 80%. And you can keep on increasing. That's what we believe in project management. Today you start raw, but in the next 5 years, you want to be a much more improved project manager. And how do I gather knowledge and tools to go there? Every tool will not work. In our degree days, I'm sure you will agree with me. In some of our subjects, we learn project management. And our lecturer said, one of the important tools in a project is called work breakdown structure. Have you heard about it? We call it WBS. 90% of the project managers in Sri Lanka never build a WBS. That's amazing. Why? Because in our university days, when we did WBSS, we realized, my God, it is so complex. It's going to take at least 2 weeks to build a proper WBS. The project is 3 months, and if you use 2 weeks out of that to build a WBS, it's not going to be work. It's not going to be good. So we are not building WBS. Actually, that entire thought process is wrong. WBS cannot take 2 weeks. PMI says if you are good, WBS should be 4 hours, irrespective of the complexity of the project. I'll brief you about that little later on. How do you build a WBS in 4 hours? So these are the triple constraints, and these are the 3 most important limitations. Constraints are limitations in a project, meaning you don't have unlimited time to complete your project. You don't have unlimited money to complete your project. You cannot deliver unlimited scope. You cannot deliver unlimited scope. All these 3 has to be balanced and manage a project. You might ask me, where is quality? Where are resources? Well, I said these are the 3 most important. But apart from these 3, you have so many other things. Risk, resources, quality in a project. But we say if you focus on these 3, rest will fall into place. And that's why we call this as iron triangle. If you have studied project management, we call this as the iron triangle of a project, the golden triangle of a project, or the triple constraints of a project. Those are the names we give this. So, have you heard Sydney Opera House? Yes or no? I'm sure. Ranked as a world wonder. Is it? Yes. Ranked as a world wonder. If you read a project management book, every project management book talks about this wonderful project, Sydney Opera House. But it talks about the greatest failures in project management when building this world wonder called Sydney Opera House. This was an example of one of our greatest failures as project managers. Why? You might say, come on, what do you say failure? It's one of the most beautiful buildings mankind has ever built. And if you happen to go to Australia, this is one place that you will never miss. And the world has ranked this as a world wonder, and this fellow calls this as a failure. It was a failure, number 1, because it was originally estimated at 10 million US dollars. Originally estimated at 10 million US dollars. It was failed because originally this was estimated to be completed in 4 years. So 4 years became 8 years, 10 million US dollars ended up at 102 million US dollars. A typical project, we usually look at things like, I'm sure you have gathered, return on investment, ROI. If you invest $1,000 today, how much you will get as a return? That's called return on investment of a project. We also look at something called payback period of a project. If you invest $1,000 today, how many years it will take to get that money back? We call it payback period. And we are all happy if the payback period is 3 to 5 years. We don't like if it goes beyond 5 years, payback period. In a project, we look at something called net present value. Have you heard? NPV we call it, net present value. Net present value is an indication of how money devalues over time. A rupee today will not be a rupee in next year. It will be only worth 90 cents. So in a project, if you invested $1,000 today, and if you get $1,200 in 2 years, sounds good, but actually not. Why? Because the money devalues. 1,200 in 2 years, maybe about 900 today, but you have invested 1,000, so not worth. So we look at value of money over time in a project, because project will give you the return after some time. It cannot give you the return instantly. If you build a hotel today, hotel will give you the money over the next 10 years. So we want to know, is it really worth? We also look at something called IRR, internal rate of return. We look at, is it worth to invest in a project or deposit the money in a bank? Because bank gives the interest. So, do I deposit $1,000 in a project to build this hotel, or do I deposit this in a bank because bank gives me 10% interest? This is the reason why Western world countries interest rates are like 1%, 1.5%. They will get shocked when they hear we get 15%. Yeah. So, in this case, when you look at all these financial ratios of a project over 10 million US dollars for 4 years, and it ends up at 102 million US dollars 8 years, there's no value of it. So Australia decided, let's make a monument out of it. Let's not look at return on investment. Let's not look at, how much money we are going to get. Let's forget all of this and build a world model. That's the final decision. Well, of course, this went through multiple rounds of complexities. All these projects are called, if you have access to National Geographic Channel, Nat Geo, PMI sponsors something called mega projects. And Sydney Opera House is one of them. There's a lot of mega projects. If you don't have National Geographic Channel, these are discussed in YouTube. Sydney Opera House is there in YouTube. You can look at a 1-hour project video, how we build it, and you will see the complexities the project managers face in this civil engineering project. But those complexities actually drag this project towards a failure. We have many examples. Hoover Dam, I just briefed you. Mankind managed to build the tallest, heaviest dam and the biggest dam in the world in just 4 years, 1931 to 1935. We learned a lot of lessons out of this. One of the biggest lessons we learned is how to fight against lags. How to fight against lags. If you can bring the lags to zero, your project will always complete on time. So that's one success story of Hoover Dam. Second lesson we learn is how to motivate project team, the suppliers. United States government signed an agreement, I'm sure you know this agreement, called cost plus incentive based agreement. We have few agreement types in projects. One is called fixed price agreement. Second is called cost reimbursable agreement. Third is called time and material agreement, T&M agreement. Most of the buyers, buyer is the customer, most of the buyers always prefer to sign fixed price. Price is fixed. No matter what happens, we will measure and pay only up to that price. Fixed price agreement. But United States government in 1931 decided they will sign a very innovative agreement with this project team. Project team was headed by one of the greatest construction engineers, project managers, called Frank Crowe in this project. Frank Crowe is a French engineer whom United States hired to build the world's biggest dam. And they signed an agreement with Frank Crowe, which is called cost plus incentive based agreement. Incentive is a carrot. It's a bonus. So United States government said, we will reimburse all your costs, your team, your transport, the materials, your food, your housing, we will reimburse all. Plus, we will give you a very big incentive. And the incentive is tagged to a performance target. That's the tool they use, performance target. And the performance target is the date, the duration of the project. So originally, this project was estimated to be 6 years. 6 years. But United States, this agreement with Franco said, if you finish it in 4 years, if you finish it in 5 years, we will give you double the entire amount spent on the project as an incentive. But if you can finish in 4 years, we will give you 3 times the entire cost that is incurred as an incentive. So it was a carrot. Franco decided this would be my last project. I will never do projects hereafter. Because if I finish it in 4 years, me and my generations to come will not work. Because there's so much of money. And Franco finished it in 4 years. But a lot of people died in this project, but the project completed in 4 years. And today, ranked as one of the greatest success stories of a project manager building one of the toughest projects in the world. Today, it's not the biggest dam in the world though, but in 1935, finished in 1935, it was the biggest and the tallest dam in the world. Still stands, ranked as a world wonder. So, one of the greatest success stories of project managers is a simple tool related to the power of the project agreement. Now, I know government sector is difficult, but a lot of private sector organizations, even in Sri Lanka, we today use this cost reimbursable agreements to motivate the seller, tag the timeline, link the timeline in order to complete the project on time or before the end date. So as a whole, since we are talking about tools, I thought I will highlight few important tools all the way. This is one typical cycle. Initially in a project, we always want to collect the requirements. You might call it different names, scope elicitation, or you might call it requirements gathering. You might call it knowing your customer, whatever it is. We use to collect requirements. Either it can come as a SOW, statement of work in a tender, or it could come as a TOR, terms of reference in a tender document. But to get into more details, you might conduct interviews, you might conduct workshops, or you might even build prototypes to get into more detailed elicitation of the project requirements. And once we do this, we build an important statement. Again, you might have a different name to this, but at PMI we call it as project scope statement. Project scope statement is the detailed elaboration of the project scope, which you and your customer will sign. You might have a different document here. A detailed description of the project scope. I will talk a little bit more on this. And then you convert this to a WBS, work breakdown structure. WBS is something that you cannot skip. But 90% of our project managers skip WBS. But WBS is something that you cannot skip. I will tell you why in the next few minutes. WBS is a hierarchical representation of the project scope. We'll look at an example later on. We take the WBS and we plug into our schedule. Again, I took an example a few minutes ago about Gantt charting. We usually don't bring the WBS to the Gantt chart. And if you don't do that, that's the end of your Gantt chart anyway. Because if you study how to build Gantt charts, or if you read a Microsoft document simply to start how to build the Gantt chart, one of the first recommendations of Microsoft project or any other scheduling tool is to bring the WBS to your Gantt chart. Because the foundation of the WBS is the Gantt chart. The foundation of the Gantt chart is the WBS. So without the WBS, your Gantt chart will anyway be incorrect. So if you use a tool like Microsoft Project, for example, you have a mechanism to bring the entire WBS inside the Gantt chart. And even the WBS code, you have WBS code 1.1, 1.1.1, so all that is integrated inside MS Project. Okay? Again, I will tell you why that's so important in my next set of slides. And then only we build the Gantt chart. Today, Gantt chart is not only the schedule. Few years ago, Gantt chart was a schedule only. Today, Gantt chart incorporates schedule, Gantt chart incorporates cost, Gantt chart incorporates scope. So all the three constraints are in one sheet. Again, you should know how to read it, how to look at it, how to derive the cost sheet, how to identify fixed costs, all that you need to know. But if you use a Gantt charting tool, all three are integrated inside this engine, which is a great relief. So you can manage the entire thing with one tool only, and the cost sheet of your entire project is integrated inside. So I want to go through each one a little bit more detail. I gave a briefing, but each section, let's look at the scope statement. The purpose of this is to have a very clear black and white description of the scope among your stakeholders. You know stakeholders? Yeah, project stakeholders. Who has an interest about your project, who would influence your project, who will be affected out of your project, or who will be benefited out of your project. These are called stakeholders. So you can say anybody who's engaged in your project. So the purpose of the scope statement is to have a clear understanding about the entire scope among all your stakeholders. Scope statement try to identify three important things. It tells you a detailed description about your project. It tells you exact deliverables out of your project. What are deliverables? The outcomes. You will pay for those outcomes in a project. Your payment is segregated based on the deliverables. When we finish the foundation, we will pay the supply. That's the deliverable, for example. And also, scope statement includes the acceptance criteria. How this project will be accepted by the customer. We build the acceptance criteria way before the project is accepted. So you cannot change it. It is signed off. So upfront, before you deliver your deliverables, you and your customer define the criteria for the acceptance. And you test that criteria at the end of the deliverable, and if that criteria is met, the deliverable is deemed accepted. So that's the beauty of a simple tool that we use in project management called scope statement. Now if you go to Google today, and search project scope statement.doc, you will find plenty of templates. Or project scope statement.xls, you will find pre-built templates that you could use. There's another brilliant site powered by PMI called projectmanagement.com. You should visit that. We have millions of templates available. Some of it you cannot access because you need to become a member of Project Management Institute. If you can, I'll tell you towards the how that works. But try to visit projectmanagement.com. It's a template site. We give almost every template that you want to run a project. The next item as a tool we use to manage projects is WBS. Anybody builds WBS here? Yes, no? Who is Primavera? Primavera demands the WBS. No? Okay. So work breakdown structure. One of the most important fundamental documents to drive your project towards a success. Without it, guarantee your project will fail. Because this is the foundation for your scheduling, for your costing. So if you don't build it, anyway your schedules will go wrong, that means your time will go wrong, your cost will go wrong, it will be a failure. So without the WBS, you will never be able to calculate cost and time accurately. That's why we demand to use this tool in every project, a work breakdown structure. This is an example of how a WBS looks like. We bring the project to the top. We bring the project to the top. And we ask the question. When I do what, this project will get completed. Any idea? How do you answer that? When I do what, this project will be completed. What would be your answer? Yes? Anybody? The day that I deliver all my deliverables, my project will be automatically completed. Agree or not? Because you are bound to deliverables. Your agreement with the customer is to deliver these deliverables. And we saw all the deliverables are recorded in the scope statement, signed off. Even in the agreement, you would have mentioned this. Signed off by the customer and you. And the day that you deliver all your deliverables, your project will be automatically completed. So you bring your deliverables to the next level in a WBS. It's a very simplified document, not complicated. Some project managers, rather than bringing deliverables here, they bring project phases. That's also okay. There's nothing wrong in that. You can do that. But as an easy way to manage WBS, usually most of the project managers prefer to bring deliverables. Because the day that you complete all these deliverables, project will automatically be completed. Then you ask the question, what are the things that you need to do in order to complete deliverable 1? And you identify so many things that you need to do. And you ask the question, what are the things that you need to do in order to complete this? And you identify more. And it goes on and on, which we call in project management as decomposition. Breaking my project deliverables into smaller, meaningful, manageable pieces of work. And when you decompose, you will end at a stage called work packages. Each one of us will have different levels. Some of us will finish at level 2, some of us will finish at level 3, some of us will want one more level to have more clarity, more detail, which is level 4. There's no golden rule to say finish it at level 3. But as a best practice, project managers want to finish it at level 2 or maximum at level 3. They don't want to go beyond that because of the complication of the WBS. Because it's going to be fatter and fatter at the bottom. When it becomes fatter and fatter, you can create the document, but you cannot open. If you want to open, you need to move all these chairs and then open it on the floor. So we don't want to get complicated. So this is a simplified way of building a WBS. What is the purpose? Why we do this? To get more clarity in our project. Because it will be a graphical representation of what you need to do. And at the end of this diagram, the last element is called the work package. Now you know the day that you deliver all these work packages, your project will automatically be completed. Agree? So you bring those work, this is another example of a WBS. You bring those work packages to your schedule and start focusing on your schedule. This is an example of Gantt chart. That's the next tool. So what we did, again I'll go back, the tools that we use, we build a WBS. We didn't want to go through paragraphs and paragraphs of scope to read. So we read this and we convert to a nice graphical representation. And we took that graphical representation, convert that into a nice Gantt chart, and your WBS's hierarchy, you know, this is hierarchy. Level 0, level 1, level 2, that's the hierarchy, you know. And that hierarchy is represented on the left panel of my Gantt chart. This is the hierarchy. This is the level 1, and this is level 2, and this is level 3. Can you see? That's the hierarchy. That same hierarchy on a top to bottom approach is represented on a vertical manner here. So this is kind of other side. But the same hierarchy is maintained here in the Gantt chart. So you need to bring the WBS here. The elements of the WBS are represented in the Gantt chart like this is the symbol they use, you know. Gray color or black color symbol like this shape are to represent various different elements in my WBS. And then the activities will come here in the Gantt chart. And the activities are the blue color items or red color items in the Gantt chart. And those activities will have a duration. And when you look at combining this duration, automatically it will appear. So MS Project or any other tool will automatically aggregate and give you the duration based on the hierarchy that you maintain here, which comes from our WBS. And by clicking a small button, which is on the menu here, which is not shown here, but there's a menu here. In the menu, clicking a small button, you will see the WBS code in front. 1, 1.1, 1.2, all that coding system will automatically be displayed in the Gantt chart. Yeah. Without this practice, your schedule will never be perfect. And inside this schedule, even though we call it a schedule, your entire cost is also embedded. You need to work a little bit to get into that cost, but the cost is here. The scope is also embedded here. So while you see the duration of the project identified at the top here, that's the entire duration automatically calculated based on the items, based on the WBS hierarchy. It also has the entire cost embedded. You can even go up to the level of your resource cost, material cost, and you can populate the cost. You decide how you want it. Whether I want to identify 1 kilo of cement or whether I want to identify 1 bag of cement, up to you. So you will define what kind of accuracy I want in costing. And you can introduce that into Microsoft Project, and automatically the project will calculate all the costing for you and show you the entire cost. Are we clear? So this is one greatest tool that I would highly recommend for you to start using. And believe me, it's a very easy tool to use. It's like using Microsoft Word. If you know your project management background, the theories and the concepts, using the tool is extremely easy. We conduct 2 batches of MS Project here, IESL, and the next batch is starting February. Right? If you want to master this tool, so we do a 4-day full workshop, end-to-end, mastering the Microsoft Project to manage projects end-to-end. So every year at IESL, we conduct 2 sessions for a year, 4 full days. Apparently, it's usually 4 Sundays. 4 full Sundays. So next batch, I think it is scheduled. You can check with CPD organized that. I think February 1st week they have scheduled. So 4 full days to master this brilliant tool. And also, with MS Project, we recommend you build something called milestone chart in a project. Your project has milestones. Have you heard this? Milestones? You usually use a diamond shaped symbol for milestones, black color, diamond shaped symbol. Milestones are called checkpoints in a project, checkpoints. Every milestone is linked to deliverables. So moment you deliver that deliverable and customer signs it off, we are telling we reach milestone 1 out of the 4 milestones, and they are so excited we should drink on that day. Because it's an achievement in a project. It shows the progress in your project. It shows that we cross a checkpoint in our project, and customer also pays you for this because we deliver a deliverable. So milestone chart also can be built using same MS project, for example. If you build a Gantt chart with a click of a button, you will know each milestone and the date that you will achieve that milestone. It's a high level schedule, only represent the milestone and the date attached to that milestone. And the critical path is another tool. Are you using critical path? Usually highlighted in the red color. If you build the schedule properly, you will see the critical path automatically. Some project managers says critical path represents the most critical activities in a project. Correct or not? Most critical. How does a dumb tool like MS Project knows the most critical activities in your project? You cannot figure it out. No? So that statement is wrong. Then what is represented by the critical path? Yes? Anybody? Sorry? Very good. I will correct one point. We don't call it lags, we call it slack. Slack time. Items in your project that does not have breathing space. Slack time we call it. We cannot delay those items. So critical path shows all the items in your project that cannot be delayed. Other than the critical path, any other item can be delayed. Nothing will happen to your project. But of course, delay with a restriction. You cannot delay unlimited. You can delay 1 day, 2 days, non-critical path activities. But critical path activities cannot be delayed. So these activities in red color cannot be delayed by a single day. But this blue color activity can be delayed maybe 2 or 3 days. Nothing will go wrong in your project. That's the beauty of the critical path. So the critical path eventually defines your project duration. Critical path shows you the project duration. And if any delays happens to the critical path, your project duration extends. Agree? Very nice. We can talk about critical path more, but I'll stop from there. There's so many things integrated to the critical path. As a project manager, as some of you will know this, when we tell our boss, the duration of this project is 60 days. How did I say 60 days? Because the critical part shows me it is 60 days. Agree? That's the project duration. And my boss says, my God, 6 days is too much. We need to reduce. We need to reduce. Because minister is coming to open the building on the 55th day. So we have to finish the project on the 55th day. Which in project management, we call it as schedule compression. That's the word we use. Schedule compression. Because your boss is asking to compress your schedule from 60 days to 55 days. Can you do it? Can you do it? Yes. Usually we can always do it. How? We as project managers use two tools here to do it. Two tools. One is called fast tracking. Have you heard? Fast tracking. What do you mean by fast tracking? For example, I don't wait till my customer signs the blueprint. I will start the work. I believe the guy will sign and I start work. So I save that 5 days. Customer takes. Is it good or bad? Sounds bad. Because it is risky. Agree or not? It is risky. When I need to do a review and sign off a project document, I tell my colleagues, let's go ahead. I believe and trust in you to save that time. We call it fast tracking. And in projects, we always do this, whether we like it or not. We always do this because of the time. In order to reduce time, we take risks. If those risks are calculated risks, if you know what you are doing, you are pretty much okay with it. That's one method to compress the schedule. Second method is called crashing, which we always do. Crashing. Crashing is put more people and finish a task early. Ask them to work multiple shifts. Crashing. You usually work one shift. We work 3 shifts, like we did at the Chogam event. In the morning we are working, in the evening we are working, in the night also we are working. Cost will increase. But in the interest of time, we forego cost. We forego cost. We call it crashing. And these are the two tools we usually use. But we have to fast track or crash the critical part, not the non-critical part. We need to attack this red color line if I want to reduce my schedule. Good. The last section and the most important section out of the entire thing today is the performance management of a project, which also we call status report as a simple word, or progress report in a project. Now usually we are used to a nice color-coded status report. I'm showing that same. We call it as traffic light color-coded status report. We have a red color in our status report. We have a orange color in our status report. No? Thank you, no? And we have a green color in our status report. The color indicates the risk of the project. If it is red color, it says no matter whatever you do, we are not going to finish the project as the original promise. That is red. You are too late. You cannot take the project back to track. That's the indication of red color. Orange color means it is difficult, but if we try, we can still take the project back to track. But we need to do certain things to get it back. But we still have time to get it back. That is the orange color. Green color means God. God is with you. Nothing has gone wrong. We are on time, on target to finish the project. That's the color code. The entire world is moving out of this report. Why? Because this never works. Until the last 2 weeks in your project, everything was green, and in the last 2 weeks, my God, things are turning to red. You don't have enough time to take action because this report is more subjective than objective. Because it is one person or 2 people looks at certain thing and decide this color code, and most of the projects cannot indicate the status using this color-coded report. So the world looked at how do we build a much more meaningful status report. And we looked at mathematics because mathematics cannot go wrong. And we built an entire platform purely using mathematics called Earned Value Management, and that's the tool even many Sri Lankan companies as well as almost large number of foreign companies use today. Your status is indicated purely using maths. This entire tool is called Earned Value Management or called Earned Value Analysis. So when you go home today, you can go to Google, search Earned Value Management, you will see a lot of text. Or YouTube, search for video on Earned Value Management. If you listen to it 10 minutes, you will understand, wow, this is super cool. Or if you go to Amazon, Amazon.com, search for Earned Value Management, you will see hundreds of books written about how you manage project performance using this greatest tool called Earned Value Management, purely on a mathematical platform. So, in order to build this, I'll just brief it, but it's a big section. It's a section on its own, at least takes 1 day to explain. But I'll brief you a bit. And most of the Sri Lankan companies have started it. University of Moratuwa, I'm sure you know, Civil Engineering Department, Professor Ashoka Perla has even built an entire software to do this. And if you want any help, he's my best friend, I can introduce him to you. So he's using this in many construction projects, the entire platform to monitor and manage projects using Earned Value Management. Or to start with, you can do it with a simple Excel sheet. You could start with. We need 3 baselines. What do you mean by baseline? Any idea? Baseline. Baseline is called a relative measurement, which means we measure something related to something else. Take a baseline. When a person walks into this room, I will say, my God, he's very tall. Did I measure him? No. But how can I tell that he's tall? Because the average height of a person, let's say, is 5.8 or 5.9, and this fellow is 6.2. So obviously he's tall. Agree? I go in front of the World Trade Center and I look at the World Trade Center and I say, wow, our World Trade Center is tall. Did I measure it? No. But relative to the buildings that I have seen, World Trade Center is tall. That's called a relative measurement. So my baseline, come to this word, my baseline is the buildings that I know of. The buildings that I know of is 10 floors. So when I saw 38 floors, wow, it is tall. Make sense? But relative measurements have their own issues. A guy from Dubai comes here, goes to the same World Trade Center that I read, and he looks at our World Trade Center and he says, hey, your World Trade Center is the shortest I have seen. Why? For me, it is the tallest. He says it is the shortest. Why? Because his baseline is world's tallest building. So for him, the World Trade Center here is short. That's the complication of relative measurement. That's why when someone says he can do this activity in 3 days, Amal says he wants 5 days. The relative measurements are different. So our projects has a complexity because in our projects everything is relatively measured. A scientific approach is minimum in a project. Minimum. It depends on the industry. I know construction industry up to a certain extent has science in it. But if you look at IT, everything is relevantly measured. And relevant measurements has complications. Now in Gantt chart we practice this. Okay? When we first build the Gantt chart, which is this, and I'm explaining a very important concept, baseline, with examples. So when we first build the Gantt chart, when we take this Gantt chart shows your promise. Agree or not? This is your promise. Estimate delivered. And the Gantt chart usually has an option called baseline. Have you used it? Yeah, no, nobody's talking. Baseline? A button called baseline? No? Yes, no? You click that. Moment you click that, this will get freeze. Because this is your promise. This will freeze. Cost will freeze. Schedule will freeze. Scope will freeze inside. When you press that simple button called set baseline. Gantt chart will move into a tracking mode thereon. Now it is going to track your promise versus actuals. Promise versus actuals. So when you promise to finish it in 5 days, actuals will be marked at the top of this on another nice color. I'm sure you have seen it. I don't have a picture, very sorry about it. But each item here is divided into two. Bottom is your promise, top is your actuals. For example, Microsoft project does it perfectly. And when you come to a progress meeting, moment you put this, my God, it is visible. It is visible. Your promise versus actual is very visible. Now, immediately, your steering committee members or sponsor will know, my God, you are not doing well. How do we know because you are not doing well? Because we have the baseline. So baseline is used to measure your performance. Agree? It is the baseline that will tell you whether you are going good or not. If you don't have a baseline, you are the luckiest project manager in the world. God will always be there. Your projects will be successful every day. You yourself will not know when they will fail. Because there is no mechanism to measure your progress. So the only way to measure your progress is you need to have 3 baselines in your project. Schedule baseline, cost baseline, and the scope baseline. 3. Without it, you are a luckiest project manager because nobody can measure your progress. So every meeting, this measurement happens based on your promise versus the actual, which we do for schedule and we do for cost. Scope is automatically impacted. Are we clear? So we need to create 3 baselines. Scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. And we have tons of formulas in place because it's mathematics. And we have a lot of graphs to indicate your performance. This is a simple example I showed you. We have so many indicators. First is your promise. In this blue color, I have indicated your promise, which is for your plan. And the red color indicates your actuals. Your x-axis is time, for example, time. Your y-axis is cumulative cost. Cumulative cost. So this is your, let's say, 1 month. This is your first month. On the first month, you promise to spend $10,000. On the end of 1 month, you promise to spend this cumulative cost, $10,000. But you have actually spent $18,000. Good or bad? Looks bad. Looks bad, but you don't know it still, because you don't know how much work I have completed by spending $18,000. That is reflected here in the green line. How much work you have completed? You have completed only work worth of $8,000. You have promised to spend $10,000. You have actually spent $18,000. You have only completed work worth of $8,000. Good or bad? Very bad. You'll be kicked out. And we bring all these into a solid mathematical platform which has lot of indicators. I'm sorry, it's not very visible, but one indicator is called EAC, stands for estimate at completion. VAC, variance at completion. I'm sure some of you have heard these words. BAC stands for budget at completion. Then we have very different variances like cost variance, schedule variance, are all indicated in this one simple chart. We have formulas for all this. A typical project manager uses about 8 formulas in an Excel sheet to monitor this. And to give you the project status, usually this foreign parties will only ask you 2 questions. They ask you only 2 questions. What is the project's SPI? SPI is a ratio. SPI stands for Schedule Performance Index. They only ask you that. In a status meeting, these foreign sponsors usually ask you a simple question. What is your SPI? Schedule Performance Index. And if you tell, my schedule performance index is 1.2, they'll be happy. But if you tell, my schedule performance index is 0.8, that means you are not performing well. Okay? You can calculate this. It is only going to take few minutes to calculate. If you have this platform in your project, to come up with SPI is only few minutes away. And Excel will automatically populate this. And if you look at Google, you have a lot of templates of this. And you can simply enter data. All these graphs will automatically come. And SPI values will come here. The second ratio many sponsors today want is called CPI. CPI stands for Cost Performance Index. Now today I did not go into details of this because it's a lot of workings to be done. Usually it takes about half a day at least. But it's a wonderful tool. It's all mathematics. O-level maths. Not even A-level maths. All mathematics platform to indicate your project performance using 2 ratios, SPI and CPI. Cost Performance Index, Schedule Performance Index. It's not very easy to build it. Day one, overnight, tomorrow you go to office, you cannot implement it. But it's going to take at least good 1 year to start this within your project. So many companies, including Mobitel, for example, has implemented. And University of Moratuwa, the civil engineering unit, is doing a lot of work to implement this. So most of the organizations have started because unlike your traditional traffic light color coded report, this will tell you exactly are we delivering more or less than what we planned. Exactly it will tell you. Because it is mathematics. It will tell you when exactly you will complete the project. It will not tell you maybe you will complete in December. No, it will tell you if you run like this, December 13, you will complete this exactly on the dot. Because mathematics will be more accurate. It will tell you whether you are currently over budget or under budget, and it will tell you exactly how much you are over budget or under budget. It will tell you what is the remaining work likely to cost you exactly an amount which you cannot derive out of your current status report, current progress report. You cannot derive this. And it will tell you what is the entire project likely to cost exactly to the amount. For example, on a 12-month project, on the third month, this tool will tell you, you will never finish it in 12 months. You will need 15.5 months. Amazing. 15 months and 12 days, it will tell you. If this 12 months project is originally estimated as 5 million rupees, let's say 5 million rupees. On the third month, it will tell you, you will never complete this with 5 million. On the third month, you will need at least 6.2 million rupees to complete this project the way you are running it today. With 3 months data, it will forecast the future of the project. That's the power of this tool. With that 3 months data, it will forecast your future more accurately than any other status report because the entire platform is based on mathematics. Yeah. So there's a lot of work to be done to introduce this platform to your organization. But this is the future, you know. This is one of the greatest tools today used by project managers around the world. We are starting a session here at IESL tomorrow Saturday. You know, that is the entire project management certification, which is called PMP. You know, project management professional. And this area is a great item in that entire syllabus. So it is a 20-day course starting tomorrow, 2 days a week. We start at 6 o'clock, goes till about 8 o'clock. You can check if you want. Right, 20 days. We continue this. That is the course that will cover the entire syllabus of getting certified as a project manager from PMI. You can check this. This course is called PMP, Project Management Professional Certificate. Anybody? You have PMP? Are you enrolled? Okay, good. So if anybody wants, you still have time. Even if miss tomorrow is okay, but you need to come soon. You know, so you can talk to IESL. We usually have 2 batches every year, so even if you miss this, hopefully you can come to the next one probably after August. But this one is starting tomorrow. So that will have a detailed, not only this, but it talks about almost everything in a project, end to end, tomorrow. Then when it comes to costing, few more slides, then we are done. When it comes to costing, we always start with the WBS. For costing. Again, the WBS. Work breakdown structure. We start at the activity level, that's the lowest level. And we identify the cost of activities, we aggregate it to the work package. You know, work package is the last item of the WBS. And from the work package, we further aggregate to the deliverable level. Deliverable level. So we at any time knows each deliverable how much of a cost we estimate, and you can compare that with actuals to see whether there are any deviations. And we add all the estimates of deliverables and we arrive at project estimation. So project estimation is the ultimate cost that will incur for you to do the project. But on top of that, we usually add reserves. Have you heard this word? What is the purpose of that? Reserves. Another word for it? And we call it buffers. We might call it as contingencies. Your boss will say, add 20% on top. No. We call it reserves. We particularly call it as contingency reserves. Contingency reserves that we add at the top here before finalizing the price. It's a buffer. Again, why do we need this? Any idea? Why for every project when it comes to cost and time we always have a buffer? Typically we do that every time. Why? Sorry? Yeah. Sorry? So you add profit, but contingency is not for profit. It is to cover risks, unforeseen risks. To take care of any risk, we have a buffer before giving the price to the customer. If not, no risk occurs, God is with you. It becomes net profit for you. If no risk occurs. But if risk occurs, you can take care of it because of the contingency reserves. So contingency reserves in our jargon is called known unknowns. That's the word we use in project management. We call it as known unknowns. What do you mean by known unknowns? Any idea? You know those risks, known, you know those risks, but you don't know whether they will occur. Very nice. You know those risks because in a project we build a risk register. Now this course that starts from tomorrow takes care of all these risk registers to whatnot, everything in a project over 20 days. So we build a risk register, we know the risks, but we don't know whether they will occur. But since you know the risks, you can convert that risk into a monetary value, which is a tool we use again in a project, and we come up with a monetary value and targeting to cover that risk. Agree? But there are some risks that you are not aware of. There are some risks that you don't know. Known risks, of course, are recorded, but there are always set of risks that we don't know. Yes or no? Until tsunami occurred, we never knew. Of course, I don't know about you. I never knew. We even pronounce it as tsunami when we watch the TV because we have never heard. There was a risk called tsunami a few years ago. Those are unknown things because that risk has never occurred in this part of the world. So we don't know it. So likewise, there are lots of unknown risks available. We don't know because for the simple reason that it has never occurred here. It might be occurring somewhere else in the world, but never occurred here. Those are called unknown risks. How do you take care of unknown risks? Well, we call those unknown risks as management reserves. Project managers use various ways to take care of these unknown risks. The most preferred way is hand them over to God. In the agreement, we particularly say we are not liable for act of God. I don't know whether you have seen this. Every project agreement has this legal word called act of God. Act of God are these unknown risks. So we pass it to the customer, saying if these unknown risks occur, we are not liable. You need to start it all over again. We cannot have money to take care of these unknown risks. And the legal word for that is act of God in your agreements. We usually have that very clearly stated. If an act of God occurred, you as a customer will have to take care of. Or sometimes we sign insurance cover, not all insurance companies, but some insurance companies will cover this risk. So this is how we estimate cost of a project. When I say cost, you can think of your profitability also is embedded in. So your profit is also embedded from the quarter. This is a single factor to take care of all your risks. Contingency reserves. Because we can calculate, we have a method of calculating it, and we could come up with a value. That basically is the end of the session, So I hope I managed to complete on time. Apparently, project management is all about a teamwork. I'm sure you will agree with me, right? And follow some of the things, just to recap some of the things I told you. The set of tools that we use, starting from the project scope statement, if you recall, into WPS, and you realize WPS is one of the most important documents. And even if you don't know, all these are available in the internet today. Just go to YouTube, 10 minutes video, you will know how to build WPS. Not rocket science today. So WPS. And from WPS, we said we will bring the WPS into the Gantt chart and build a perfect Gantt chart. And from there, we build a costing sheet within the same tool, and then we moved into performance management of a project. And we just briefed, due to the time limitation, we just briefed about one of the greatest tools world has introduced to end-to-end performance management of a project called EBM. By the way, if you use Microsoft Project, I'm not promoting Microsoft, by the way, don't get me wrong. But if you use Microsoft Project, this entire earned value management is embedded in it. From version 2010 and above, you have the entire EBM I told you, earned value management is embedded. So you can take the reports, you can look at the graphs, you can look at the status within that tool itself, which is very easy. So you don't need to use Excel to do that. So EBM has become one of the prominent tools, particularly at the monitoring and monitoring and controlling stage of your project. So status reporting, looking at how much more money we need, looking at the end date automatically using the system. Yeah? So if you are keen on, please study more details. PMI is an important site, pmi.org, which you have many things. And at IESL we conduct a lot of sessions. So come to one of them, the IESL PMI as a joint collaboration. So we do a lot of sessions. Starting from tomorrow or throughout the year, we do various different sessions. So be aware of those sessions. I don't know how we get those emails, but somehow we might be getting them. Any questions? You can talk to me at the end of the event, but if you have any session, any questions? I'm not sure. I think they charge the IESL about 20,000 or something. Yeah. So in addition to the course fee which is charged by IESL, you need to sit for an exam. It's a global exam. You need to pay directly to PMI US using your credit card. The exam fee is $405. That's the examination. You need to pass that exam. And it's a qualification that you will get. 3 letters, PMP after your name. Stands for Project Management Professional. You need to pass that exam though. It's an online exam. I would say not the easiest exam in the world, but still you can pass. A lot of ISL people from the last batch also pass, because you have experience. Just for you need to align to this global certification. Valid anywhere in the world. Any country, anywhere in the world, PMP is the most highly recognized qualification for project manager. By the way, powerful than an MSc in project management today, to tell you frank. It's so powerful to recognize a project manager. So that's the ultimate qualification. If you want to become a qualified professional project manager, PMP is that ultimate qualification. Okay. Any other questions? Yes. 3 years. You need 3 years with a degree. If you don't have a degree, 5 years. 5 years without a degree, experience, or 3 years with a degree. That's the minimum requirement. Yes.
Regarding schedule completion.
Yes.
So, will it cause increase in contingency results when we plan to go for fast rate?
So, usually you will tell the schedule with a buffer. Let's say 5 days buffer. You tend to keep that buffer for certain uncontrollable events. While keeping that buffer aside, you will have compressed the rest of the activities in the critical part. So usually you don't eat into that buffer. You prefer to keep that buffer. That 5 days for example. But you will compress the rest of the activities without impacting that buffer. Usual form. But there's no hard and fast rule. Some project managers, when their boss wants to compress them, they will give up the buffer. That's one way to do it. But usually you don't eat into that buffer. You keep it outside for unforeseen reasons. Yes? Alright, thank you very much. Yes. Sorry, one more.
In the Sri Lankan context, if you say that if the project can be failed, if there is a delay in the time of cost loss, everything.
Yes.
So in the Sri Lankan context, government projects often they are failing.
Most of it.
But almost.
So it's like this, the rule is
so how can
simple.
we
Yeah.
manage that?
The rule is simple. If a change order has come and change order extends time and money and scope, it's not a failure. But without a change order, if it failed for some other reason, well, it's a failure. It can be political reasons, it can be funds not there, it can be minister has not approved. So, irrespective of that reason, you will get an impact as the project manager because it has failed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shanika Silla, for I think very valuable presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second presentation for this year organized by the Civil Engineering Sectional Committee of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka. And we have to thank especially the presenter today, the President of the Project Management Institution Colombo Chapter, Mr. Shanika. And we have here with us the Executive Vice President, Mr. Dushant. Thank you very much for being here with us for this presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we have arranged a small memento for our presenter today. I invite on stage our presenter, Mr. Chanaka, to accept the token.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll wind up here. Have a safe journey back home. Good night.